Hello, folks. Hola. Hola, amigos. Just getting set up over here. Lurk. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-na-na, bam, ba-da-na-na-na-na. Da-da-da. I think that's good. No, not really a new place. Just I've swapped around a couple of things here. So I'm now on what used to be my bedroom, but now it's the office, right? I have everything set up here so that this is my dedicated like workspace, right? And my apartment has one room, this one, right? Like a separate room, and then I have a rather large living room, kitchen, like a big space, and I've turned that into a studio. So now I have the bedroom there, right? Like the bed is there, and so on, and it's surprisingly nice because now the layout works a lot better for that distribution than it used to do for the distribution that I had before, right? Hey, Anna Carduretz. Thanks for joining chat. And yeah, I think it works a lot better for that. And also, it's very nice to be able to actually use the entire space for organizing like the equipment, the guitars, all of the crap I have, right? Rather than having to think, well, I can do some stuff, but I also have to keep in mind that this is a living space. Like I need a table to eat and things like that, right? Now I can just say, okay, we'll put all those concerns behind that wall, right? And it'll be fine. It is still very early days. I finished doing this yesterday. So it's mostly just like, all right, I fit all the stuff in here. There's enough room for me to walk around, right? That's it. I'll going forward. I'll see what happens. I might end up hanging some of the guitars on the walls. I have some. Oh, I have a walking pad here, so I'm walking right now. I am I'm really trying this 8-bit music, but for my life, why am I bouncing? I love those. I don't have one right now. Screw it. So, in today's stream, the goal is to release Riot 008. And by that, I don't mean actually having the package released, because it's not up to me, right? It's up to the OPAM Guardians. But I mean getting everything in place so that they will say, yeah, let's ship this ASAP, right? So, one thing that I noticed is that we had made a package called IO here, and there already is a package called IO. Fuck. That means we have to go refactor everything, right? That uses IO. And I was looking for names. I was looking for names on what to do here, right? So some of the names we had were that's standard IO is taken. The names I had in mind were XIO, IOX, Pipe Stream, and this came from Purple Elves stream. This is a Twitch stream, right? Like I asked there, and we were talking, and someone suggested Pipe Stream. Leo yo. It could be something more funny, like Aioli, right? He has Ayo there. It could be something like Lion. I just really liked Ayo. I thought that was a great name, but okay, it's taken. It is what it is. I also thought of Iota, right? Since this library is really small, if I show you like this library here, clock, IO, it's like 200 lines of OCaml, right? It's a single module. That's how it goes. Just a single module that defines the interfaces and how they connect to each other, right? Which is like my favorite thing to have. We probably want an interface file here though. Leo, Ayo, Ayola. It's like YOLO, but for Ayo. YOLO. Pipe.io. Pipe.io is good. Yeah, yeah. GPT is kind of good for, cheating out names, spitting out names. GPT. Let's see. Hello. I want short. This I find it is pretty terrible at first. You need to constrain it a lot. I want short names for a stream IO library for OCaml, where the name is either a direct reference to IO or maybe a deeper reference regarding streams of data or anything that flows like rivers. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. I'm also thinking about that as well now. It's like we could use some Rio, Aquio, Camel Rush, Brook ML. Streamlet, okay. Smaller better. Ooh, Nile. Is it a problem with byte string? With IO, okay. Were you using the lowercase IO? Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, we need to fix that. But this is going to make that a little easier. Ganges, Congo, Mekong. What about Latin American rivers? Let's see. Bringing everything to my roots. Orinoco, Paraná. Magdalena. Okay, so far I think Nile is nice. Since it's also desert themed, I guess. Kebnekaise. Nee. I cannot type. For my life. This little wobbling is enough to get in the way of the coordination between the fingers. I guess I could call it Rio. Do you think it would be too? Yeah, Rio will be good, right? Yeah, Rio is a river. Yeah. And the R could stand for. We need the letter the R would stand for. No, Rio is a Spanish word for river. The city in Brazil or the state in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, is like a river. It's called after a river. Rio. I guess you in Portuguese you would say Rio. In Spanish, the pronunciation would vary greatly, but mostly it will be like Rio or something like that. I would say Rio, but I have a very, very thick accent. Okay, we have tons of stuff here. Rapid, robust, responsive, resourceful, refined. Rio. Right, but I guess you're emphasizing the O versus the U at the end. I think I was mostly pointing out at the R sound versus R or R. Rio. All of the R's. Well, thank you very much. I like to pronounce things properly, and by properly I mean like as close as I can to the way it would sort of be pronounced by a native speaker. But usually accents get in the way. So sometimes, like I remember I went to the Brazilian week here in Stockholm, and I was ordering some. Fuck, I forget the name now. Pastel. And so I go there and say, Oi, pode pegar pastel. Demais. And the woman was like, hey, where are you from? Like, what state are you from? I'm like, oh, that's so nice. I'm not from Brazil, so I don't really speak Portuguese natively. So, yeah, but you sound like you're from the north or something like that. I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take that as a compliment. If somebody mistakes me, my accent, right, for a native accent, even if it's not like a mainstream accent, then I'm okay. I would say challenge accepted. Here. Okay, so we have Rio. Everything else, I think, still can be submitted. There's no buy string package. I think we're going to double check that. OPAM, packages, byte string. Nope, there's no byte string here, which is great. We can abbreviate byte string as BS. Okay, so that's good, right? We have Rio there. So now we need to actually rename that folder to Rio, right? And inside the folder, we need to rename the files. I wish, okay, yeah. That's all. And then we're going to do Rio. I think some of this stuff will change, but that's fine. This doesn't get published right now. All right, so Doom build. This should break because we have an IO OPAM there, right? Interesting. Okay. So now that we have an interface, we see there's some stuff we're not even using, right? Like reader. That's all right. I wonder what else are we not using. 102. What? We're not using write? What do you mean we're not using write? Oh yeah, we're not exposing write. Oh my god. Writer, write. So we can go into Rio MLI. So this is going to be tricky at first, but eventually this library will be broken out, right, of this repo, and it will be fine. Yeah, classic. Format, Doom build. Okay, so I think that is not breaking terribly because Riot is still gonna expose, right, IO as a module. Bug fix turns into refactor, yeah. Okay, so let's just do this. Ooh, that's rough. And we're gonna grab for Doom files here. Oh, that's a bunch of Doom files. And of course, um, we want packages that only have IO like that. Glue on Dune, IO, that's Rio, that's fine. Sys Unix Dune, IO, that's fine. Riot Runtime Scheduler Dune, Riot Runtime Scheduler Dune, IO, Rio, right? I think, sorry, the easier way here will be just to uninstall IO. By the way, how much can you hear the walking thingy? Is it? Can you hear it or? Oh, nothing at all. Awesome. I am trading invisible water. Nice. There you go. So now that works. String Dune, IO, Rio, right? And we want runtime, time Dune, IO, Rio, and then byte string MLI, IO, and this will be Rio. Cool. So now I can actually search for IO like this, right? And maybe open IO, right? And we can do some magic, right? Sad, I, back, and we'll do wherever you find an open, right? If you find IO, replace that with Rio. And boom. Less errors. Dope. And let's see what else we have. If we search for IO like that with a dot, like the rest of the cases we have should be usage, direct usage of the module, right? So we can do the same thing here, right? In this case, we don't need an open, but we just need to make sure that we have a dot there, right? We have a dot, we'll do that. Cool, doing build. Almost there. We have a file there that I guess we don't, in the build folder. We're gonna clean and rebuild. That might go away. No, it did not go away. Byte string ML. Why are you picking up bytes from there? Are we doing open IO here? We are. Okay, so Rio MLI, we are not including the entire interface of bytes or buffer, and that can be problematic, right? I saw that live. Was that awesome? I mean, it was terrible that it happened, right? And yeah, it sucks, but it was really nice to see him play. Yeah. So one thing I noticed in this new setup is that I have a lot less light around me, right? So right now I only have my key light here, and I have the prop on the back. So I ordered, and it should be arriving on Friday or Saturday. Another light like that one. This is a Falcon Eyes RX8, I think. It's a kind of cool lamp because it's LED strips, right? But it folds, and then you can regulate the intensity and so on. And I got one of those, another one that I'm going to be putting on the other side to get some more field light, which I think would be nice to have. And I also ordered one, and this is just completely for cheating gigs. I got a little RGB LED that is controllable via an app, so it has an API, right? And I'm considering just plugging that into chat, so folks can redeem points to change the light. Just a fun little thing. All right, anyways. So problem we have here, right, is that we need the entire interface of bytes, right? But this is, this is large. I don't know, I mean, I don't really want to do that. I wish there was an easier way to just include the interface, this one, to extend the library, right? So I think we're just going to fix that manually for now, 3 or 4, by going into stdlib. Or maybe adding that one unsafe string. No, we don't want that. Okay. So glue on scenes, Dune. We have IO. We need Rio there. All right. Now comes the breakage, right? Why did I fail? Riot. And then we go into leave IO. This is including Rio. So that should be fine. Live SSL. Okay, so we don't have that. We have Rio here. Okay. So it sounds like we got that out of the way. Let's see if most of the tests are passing. Do test. Okay. Looks like the tests are good. So we can remove all the back files, right? The backups. What? What are you talking about? Oh, I guess I don't have those anymore. Yeah, cool. So we're gonna go into the change log, and we're gonna do for IO, right? Rio, and we're gonna rename that there. And we're gonna do feed Rio renamed from IO. Done, and I'm over the next one. Okay, so now that we have that in place, right? First things first, we can go back to here. This will change, right? Will be updated, so it would at least not collide, right? In package name. Rio. I'm going to push that. We're going to do a tagging again. I absolutely hate this release flow, because I have to do the tagging first, right? No, where are we? This is fine. We have to do the tagging first and push things, and that creates a release, right? And then sometimes people engage with the release. I don't think anybody has seen this one, but the release 8. And I just hate having to do this manual like back and forth until like, oh, the release is prepared. Like, I don't know exactly how, right? It should be fixed, but that doesn't mean that we cannot point out at it being a problem right now. Okay, so we have that. So we're gonna do release here, and I'll do a lint before. And I have a small issue right now with the way my linting happens, because I see fail, right? And I see one errors, and it's failing at linting the real OPAM file, right? But when I run Dune release lint, or actually OPAM lint, right? And I point specifically at that, I see no errors whatsoever, right? So we're gonna do skip lint here after we linted it. So at the very least, this will actually run tests, and we'll see if we find any bugs before we submit, right? And we'll do yes. Create release, update the asset, yes. Checking at the branch, pushing the release, open PR, yes. Perfect. So we should have a release here. I can come here and edit. I remove that title since it's already there. And we can go back here and remove all of the other release versions. And we do update. So we have a release cut, right? I love that the number of contributors just keeps growing and growing and growing. Absolutely adore that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Jogo. Thank you, Emil on chat. Thank you, Leeds John, for all the work. I've tagged you specifically on the things that you've been contributing for, so you can find yourselves in here, right? For the different things that you've been building or helping with. Oh, Jesus! Dylan, thank you so much, man. Thanks a million. Really, really appreciate that. Folks, I'm going to give a shout out here to our boy Dylan, the Camel Man himself, who just got a new job, a very exciting new job. Thanks, man. I'm still getting started in this new setup, so everything's kind of just like neatly stashed on the back. That's it, right? And I'm getting a new light because I don't have as much light in this room as it was usually used for sleeping, right? And we'll get a little LED, like colored LED with an API there we can hook up to chat or something. Hey, Mohai, how's it going? I think mostly what I'm missing here is the field light, because this side of my face is pretty dark right now because I only have the key light at the moment. Thank you. I forget that I need to use the screen up to here. No, god damn it, why do you do that? Okay. There you go. Why do you do that? Seriously. Just stop it. There you go. Okay, so if all goes well, right? I think we can do some edits here. Rio and Rio. Update comment. You gotta run fast while typing fast. You got me. Yeah, I don't think I walk that fast, to be honest. I'm clocking 1.6 kph. I cannot do 160 words per minute. But okay, so we have that in place, right? We have, let's see the outbound files. Let's see if they make sense. Byte string, efficient, immutable, pattern matchable, UTF-friendly byte strings. This is the synopsis. The description is the byte string package implements efficient, immutable, pattern matchable, UTF-friendly byte strings backed up by a rope implementation with mutable iterator instances and a transient interface in the spirit of closure transient data. All right. A bunch of words. Some tags here. Got a home page. Eventually, I'll be breaking this into separate repos, I think. It might make it easier to version stuff and so on. But for the time being, we don't need that. Gluon, a minimal, portable, and fast API on top of the operating system's evented I/O API. I don't think much more to be said is there. But, of course, chat, if you think we could do something better in the description of synopsis, then just holler. Rio, ergonomic, composable, efficient read-write streams. And this is called Rio because that's the Portuguese and Spanish word for reader, or stream. Implements ergonomics, composable, efficient write streams that give you a uniform interface for reading from any source and writing to any sync. I think that should be SINK. Just gonna edit it here. Any sync. The riot stuff hasn't changed. And we need, this is wrong. That should be Rio there. Is this broken everywhere else as well? No, it's fine there. What you said, I know this shit. Okay, dropping the PR here in chat. I think the big blocker, the thing that's prevented me from releasing 008 a month ago, is that the config package still, was opened. When was it opened? I can't really see the date here. 12th of January, right? About a month ago. And it's still unmerged. There were some thoughts around the name being confusing. So I had to clarify a lot, why I thought config would be a good name. Yawar suggested that we maybe call it something differently or change the macro from config to something else that would be less confusing. Like if instead of config. And the reason I don't want to do ifs and so on is that it will very easily go down the path of, if you have an if, then you want an else, right? And if you want an if and an else, then you want to be able to change them. If, else if. And before you know it, it's like, can we have a let here? Because I don't want to repeat this part of the expression. I'm like, no, fuck it. No, this is not what we're going to do. If config, as we've implemented it, right, which mimics what Rust's config does, is good enough for Rust, it's good enough for us. We're going to be okay. We can start there, right? And then I got some comments on how to call it, like ppx if, ppx build time config, right? But all through this, there was a problem with CI not running. So I got CI running about 8 hours ago, and it passed, and it's great. And I suggest that I'm happy changing the name to CFG or something like that, right? But I don't want to clamp it to just be a PPX, since I think there's a runtime component to this package. Yeah, I'm with you, Dylan. I don't like this. I don't like people nitpicking how I call shit, right? If you don't like the name, if you wanted that name for another package, you should have published earlier. The name I picked is not offensive, right? It is pretty descriptive for what the config does. It lets you configure things. I don't know. I feel like it meets the criteria to be accepted, right? But I don't want Clampy to just be a PPX since there's a runtime part to it. And I would love to grow the package so we can override configuration via files, right? And package those files into like type-safe modules for use at runtime, stuff like that. Config AI. Yeah. And then it turns out CFG is taken by a package for context-free grammars, which, of course, that makes absolute sense in Camel land. That will be the thing you're looking for when you search for CFG, right? But, if config is truly a deal breaker, then I'll just call it something like fig. And I swear to God, I will not name things rationally anymore. Everything I name will be just like a Latin American thing or food, right? Like my next package, whatever it is, it may be automated testing, is going to be empanadas, right? Fuck it. That's it. No one will be able to say like, oh, this is a confusing package name. Yeah, because it has no reference to the thing it does. Anyways, so a little rant over. The last thing I said here is that I would love to use this package, right, to load like a config toml file that has configuration for riot or like specific things I want in libcml, right? So then the config macro would actually look for that package, right, that file, and read that and do things with that. And this will be like the first little incursion of, hey, here's a toml file for configuration, right? Which I think will be fun, and it will be good. Like I can see, I don't know, whatever web framework we end up building, right? Creating that file by default, right? With some very basic things and just sensible defaults, right? But if you're on Linux and you want to use like IOU ring instead of epoll, right? Then maybe that's just a config flag you need to change in that config toml. Done, right? And of course, because this is this is still blocked here, then I can't release libc, right? Which is also, this is people have said like, oh, they find the name confusing, and I think maybe I understand, but also like this is supposed to be a broad general package, right? So I think the name is good. I think the name is pretty good here. If you want to use some libc bindings, what do you look for? Libc bindings, right? So if the package is called libc, then you're going to find it pretty quickly. Okay, but so far we have the release here for Riot. It is blocked by those two packages. Config hopefully will come to a good resolution soon, whether it is by renaming it or not. Ideally not, but if we have to call it fig, I think it's fine. And then we should look at libc, because we have made some changes since the last release we have here. Where are we? Hey there, Hertz. How's it going? such as life and music. Yeah, I agree. That makes sense. Who was it that said that music is what's happening between the notes, like the silences? I forget if it's a classic composer, like Mozart, Beethoven, one of those, or if it's a more modern thing, like a. It sounds like a thing Frank Zappa would say. Coltrane, yeah, could be. Okay. Gonna update the changes, and then we're just gonna tag again. Right. Push the tags, close that. Go to the libc repo, which now lives in its new organization called OCamlSys. And in this place, with Glitch, we're gonna be doing fun stuff. Like Glitch has been working on a project, right, called OCrab. OCrab. Gonna do a little shout out here to OX Glitch Byte. And the idea of OCrab is to help translate, right, the libcFFI bindings from Rust into OCaml. So the OCaml libcml actually has the bindings in the same sort of way that Rust has. But in exploring this, we found that there's actually a deeper, and we think probably better, way of approaching this problem, right, for any C library. Because at the end of the day, the FFIs, right, to the syscalls are provided to you, right, as a C library, right? You essentially get a header file, and then you compile to those, with those, and you can access, and you make the call, right, the syscall. So Rust has this project called Rust BindGen, which is parsing C headers, right, to translate those into Rust FFI sort of bindings. And I started a new repo that we'll be looking into at some point here. OCaml BindGen. And the idea here would be to do the same. And the goal of this is to be able to grab any C library, right? Any C library out there, right, that has a header, and be able to generate, right, low level, not very idiomatic, just low level binding set to that library. So if you wanted to use, I don't know, SDL, for example, then we just grab one repo with, let's say, a Gitsa module of libsdl, right? And we'll run OCaml BindGen there, and it will generate, right, the FFI from the header files. And if we do that right, then we can just grab C libraries, like, not all of them, there's not like a centralized repo for C libraries. But we can grab many C libraries and just keep these bindgens automatically updated with a GitHub workflow, right? So people can build their own idiomatic layers on top of this. And I think they should. But we'll be able to publish all of these little packages, right? SDL sys, Vulkan sys, right? I don't know. libpng sys, whatever sort of C library you want, we can put there. And my hope is that we'll be able to actually host all of those packages here. So it becomes an easy place to go and say, okay, I just want to see if there is a C binding for this library. You can search, POM, right? But if you want to see the code, maybe you come here. I'm walking. I have a walking pad here. Mostly because if I don't do this, then I would not do anything. And it's pretty terrible. So more than trying to optimize my time, I am just tricking myself into doing something that I wouldn't do otherwise. Okay, so we'll push that and we'll do release lint. And again, we have the same problem, right? So I'll just do opam lint and then libc opam. That seems to be okay. I just have a local issue in the Linux machine. And yeah, we can do release then. And I think I might need to actually remove the release from here. Yeah, delete. Give it a second. So the API is aware that that release doesn't exist anymore. And we'll do yes. And same problem. All right. I saw this before. Git remote, set URL, origin, and this will be git, github.com, camel, sys, sas, libcml. And then we can do that again. Oh, maybe we need to rename it here. Cool. So we've updated the last version of this. And there was someone asking for a comparison between these things. And the main difference, I haven't answered it yet, but the main difference I think is that these are handwritten. And we don't want handwritten bindings to anything. We want them to be completely automated. Hey, Sneaky Foxtrot, thanks for the follow. Sorry, forgot about that. Thanks for the call out, Sneaky Foxtrot. I was saying that I really wish this process was more exciting, you know? Like, when you do npm publish or cargo publish, right? It's like, holy fuck. The package is there. People can use it now. No, Preep, just ask away. Okay, so now that we have that, we hopefully we don't need to change much anywhere else. We can probably update the contributing docs here since we don't have IO anymore, right? We have riot, and we don't have that anymore. It's now riot ML. Almost for all of them, right? Config is still under my domain. We probably want to move that away, and this will be a camel sys. All right, this is my code. We're going to see some code by Priv now. Everybody, hold on to your seats. And it's an image. Oh, wait, it's not an image. It looks like an image, but... Open riot create. Connection is a generic. Execute is a function there that just does that. And this is the error I get. It would help next time if you just put everything on the same file. E. The expression has type, but an expression was expected of type A. The constructor C would escape its scope. So let's look. So you have execute C. First comment I have is that in this module, since this type has a single variant, the idiomatic way of doing this is just to pattern match on the parameter. So you will write execute, parentheses, right? And you write the pattern match directly there. That would be one thing. Now, the second thing is that you cannot, by no means, you can expose C, right? If it's going to be the same thing. I don't know what C is here. Why is this called C as well? So C is the inline record, and then we go C.execute. And then we do C.con, and we pass the connection in there. That's fine. Parameters query, and then you get a row T list. And the error E is, you got to remove that. This little thing here, right? It is super helpful, but kind of tricky sometimes. And it means I am going to use, right, a type that is larger than what I am specifying here. And I don't know what that type is. So this actually introduces a new type variable, right? And because we're inside of a GAT here, this happens to work fine. But if you remove the GAT, if you just make this a record, then it will complain, even if you add a con parameter and so on, because you would need to specify what the type of the error would be. So removing that, first thing. Dope. Okay, so what other references do we have to IO? No, don't do that. If you have a generic there, right, and that generic would not be able to escape the type, which means you cannot return it to anybody, right? It can only be used inside of that C constructor, right? Let me go back to the type here, right? All of this, con and the message, not that one, right? This is a constructor, not a generic, right? But the generic introducing here, they are private to this thing. What really happens here is that when you construct your first connection in this line, right, the compiler forgets what the types are. And I know that sounds crazy, right? But after you construct that C, the compiler only understands that CCon is the same parameter, right? The same type parameter, right? As the execute con here. It only knows that, but it doesn't know what that is. So if you try to return CCon, it will say the type con is going to escape. And that makes sense in that sense because the compiler has forgotten what it is. I really recommend you, Priv, not to pat my own back, but I think this read will be super useful for you. And explains why GATs are a terrible idea in most cases. Now, you're building a piece of infrastructure, right, that inherently is complex to build and requires the use of something like GATs, right? So you're learning OCaml in some of the hardest parts of the language. I'm tempted to sit down with you and say, like, okay, we'll sketch together like the basic of the library, right? So we cover that hard part, and you can focus on something that you can keep learning on, right? While still being able to ship stuff and feeling productive, right? And having progress. As long as you keep going, that's fine, right? But I can understand that this can be, discouraging. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, figuring out a way of not doing that. God damn. Subcop, did we get you a job yet? It's a generalized algebraic data type. I mean, it says right here. Can't you read? Stop making stuff up. Good night, Priv. Have a good one. Anyway, so this tutorial on why you don't need GATs walks you through sort of the process of trying to build something with GATs and reaching all of the common gotchas. Right? I'm gonna clip that. Whatever. Types are not real, by the way. You're cooking a tweet. Okay, cook away. And so this goes to the validation library, trying to actually make use, right? Was an example that does not need GATs but uses them anyway. And it's just a massive pain in the ass. But it explains how, right, GATs actually help us hide type information, but still be able to use it later. And this is the classic example, right? Like, you get, you need to let the value escape, which is the error that the compiler tells you, right? Or turning into something that you already know outside of the GAT. Okay, it's cooked. Is this stream suitable? Oh my god, what are we opening here? Really? Just that? Okay. I can get behind this. Types are not real, by the way. Okay. So let's install these packages now and see where that takes us. Install Rio OPAM, right? And we'll do yes here. Just create that thing. And now we can install byte string OPAM. Wait, there's uncommitted changes? Oh yeah, it's just doc changes. All right, I need to pin. Okay, so I guess we will just grab this stuff, right? And we'll just run it, and we'll see what happens. And actually, I think I want to add a yes to all of them, because otherwise it asks you, "Do you want to create a package?" It's like, yeah, that's literally what I'm trying to do. Good one. I forget. I said a hilarious joke that you folks didn't hear, so this is what it is. Dylan, if you watch the Jason Bourne, I guess, movies, it is in Jason Bourne Legacy, right? Where they finally managed to establish the POSIX standard for Bash, right? For future generations. Yeah. It's also sad that in our field, legacy also means like done used. So an alternative version of that is like in Born Legacy, they actually deprecate Bash. Okay, so we have stuff there. That means we can maybe go up the stack and see if things work. Let's say Atacama, upon install. Thankfully, all of these just depend on Riot. You may wonder why I have the JSON SERDI code open here. Wait, if Jason Bourne wrote Bash, why is there no first class support for Jason? Seems like a miss there. All right, that worked fine. We're going to go into trail. Nice. Did you render this with Bash? Are you running Bashana or? I know. That was the terrible joke about. Okay, so we have the stuff there. We can close that. So today I released this. Looks terrible, right? Hey Neo, how's it going? Yeah, it's just a start. I really wanted to write the whole thing in OCaml, right? And do a little templating and stuff like that, but we're not quite there yet. We do have some of the moving pieces to do it, but we don't have something that is set up directly to do static site generation, right? In the same way that you would do like a Next or Next website. Yeah, I know you can do render to string, but so the main reason I didn't was that when I was installing CMA, and it asked me if I want the React app, and I said, okay, I'll do that. It asked me to downgrade Melange from 3 to 2.2. And I was like, okay, maybe not. I figured those packages will eventually get 2 or 3, but I'm already running 3 and it's fine. So I want to stay there. And this took just a second to put together with HTML and some Tailwind classes, right? But we need to update the website now. So, Riot website, index HTML. We have a reference to IO here, and this will be Rio. It's been a while. I haven't done Grafana in a while. But pretty much every company I've worked at has been like, oh, who knows Grafana? Okay, yeah, I'll take the task. What do you need? But, we have people in chat. So ask away. I think that's it. So, commit, fix, rename IO to Rio, push, and in a million years this will be published here. Okay. So now that we have that, we can maybe just go back to the other thing I was working on. What is this? Crates? Which is SERDI rewrite. And I was trying to build this, and oh my god, this is one of the most mind-blowing things. or not maybe mind bending. I think that's the right way of saying it. Cool. So here's the thing. This is how it works. When you build the serializer, right, of sorts, when you go into the certi JSON test here, you define essentially a function, right, that operates over some context which you don't have access to, it's sort of opaque to you, and your data type. And that context is mostly like a writer, right? Something you can write to. But you will write only with specific functions, right? That the serializer part of the library, right, gives you. And in that case is, for example, variant, right? This is a type that's defined up here, which is just a simple variant with no arguments, right? So you want to say, okay, I want to write a variant, right, or serialize a variant. The type name is variant, so this could be simple variant, right? The variant, oh, sorry, what the hell was this? I forget. Right, the constructor index is 0, and the constructor name is A, and A has 0 parameters. Really? Yeah, args, 0, like that. So you write this for your type, right? In the example I have here, it will be a little bit like, this is an out-of-date, but it will be like this. Context, and then we get a rank, right? And then you say variant, rank. This is the first variant, right? And the constructor name is captain, and it takes here arguments, right? And then for the second one, it will be almost the same, right? Chief Petty Officer. There you go. And that's sort of how you describe, right, to Certi how to serialize your type. So this doesn't really take there. Yeah. And this takes context here, like that, right? Now, under the hood, this is just creating a function, like the one you pass in. And it's going to thread the calls to the things you want to serialize directly into the formatting module, right? So when you say variant here, what Certi is really doing is saying, that variant, right? I'm going to grab the context. This is deserialized. Here you go. I'm going to grab the context. I'm going to split it up. I'm going to grab the current format that is being used to serialize this data. Could be JSON, could be S expressions, could be binary, could be whatever, right? And I'm going to call serialize variant there with the data that you're passing in. So in some way, this, right, is just a way of detaching, right, the actual serialization format from the data that describes how it's going to be serialized, right? And that part was great. It's actually pretty nice. This is also a very nice API for code generating, for code generation, right? You can imagine that if you want to code generate over the type rank, then you have some boilerplate, right? And then you just do a match, right? And then over each one of the variants, then you delegate to another function that sort of generates this part of the code and so on. So this is not really for you to use manually. It's for you to say, deriving serializer, right? like that. And that's the goal. But I want to have an API that is usable for custom data formats. Why? Because I want to be able to. Okay, wait. The thingy just decided to stop. Okay, starting again. Play. Oh, it went into automatic mode. What does it do that? No, just stick to manual. Okay, cool. We're back. Because I want to be able to write serializers for things that go over the wire, right, rather easily. I want to be able to represent, for example, a Postgres row type, right, that maps directly out of the socket data, right, when we get a response into some sort of record. And vice versa, right? If we need to send structured data somewhere, then I want to be able to describe that and say, okay, this will be exactly how this data will be serialized. So if that API looks nice or is usable for the low-level use case, then it should be straightforward to actually code generate for the higher-level use cases like JSON, stuff like that, where you're mostly preserving the structure of the type that you have. Cool. So that part is great. Now the second part is the deserializer. And the deserializer, it is just impossible to grasp. It is so weird. So essentially you begin with a deserializer and you will receive a context, right? And you want to do some things over that context. For example, you want to say, I want to deserialize a variant. And then you'll say, these are the names, right, that variant has. And these should be in order so that if you have encoded them, if the format is not encoding them with strings, but positionally, which could happen. Like, most binary formats don't really have like key maps, like key value maps where you like punch in a string and then gives you the value. It's just like, oh, the 7th field should correspond to this thing, and so on. So this should be ordered, right? And then this actually does the magic. But to be able to do the magic, we need a couple of things, right? We need the deserializer to tell us how are we going to interpret tags and how are we going to translate tags from integers, positions, right, or strings into actual tags that we can use to guide the deserialization, right? And this is the easy case, but I think that if we get this one right, then we'll be able to do a lot of things going forward. And I've had other versions of this API to the point where we can serialize and deserialize records, right? Sort of successfully. But they break down when... Sorry, no, that's a lie. We got variants with records inside. I got that. But when we have records... No, variants with records. Variants with multiple arguments, right? But once you start going into records, the declarative way of doing this, of getting a field and stuff like that, all of a sudden misses some subtleties, right? Because not every format has the same way of consuming a field. So I was building it primarily for JSON, right? But then when I tried to do something other than JSON, it was like, yeah, you cannot do that. Like in JSON, fields within a record are very predictable. You get a string, you get a colon, that's it. Or you get a value, right? Could be an integer as well. A colon, and that's it, right? But in other formats, you don't have that extra operation there in the middle. So I'm taking a step back and starting from scratch. and I was looking at the desugared version of Rust derived deserialized to see how that drives Cerde itself. Yeah, so I think this API makes sense. You begin a deserializer, right? When it executes, thanks, Mohai. When it executes, you immediately say, okay, we are going to deserialize a variant because that's the type that we have. You give us, you pass in the context, you say the name of the variant is going to be simple variant, right? The variants, the constructors will be there. And then you'll have a way of turning those constructors into some type. And I'm using polymorphic variants here because they're cheap, right? And convenient. So we can have A and also just the name of the constructor as a polyvar. Now, if that happens correctly, right, when we go through that flow, then eventually we want this function to be called. And believe it or not, this is actually going to be part of a visitor. So when you do deserialize let variant, you put together a function, right, that will be called deserialized variant, right? It can happen with anything. So Cerde is not, it doesn't know anything about it, where the data comes from or where it goes to. So for example, the Cerde JSON module, right? When you call to string, it creates a buffer. When you do off string, right, it grabs the string and creates a parser. But this really just needs a writer, right? So you can make a riot writer out of a socket, right? So you can serialize directly into the socket if you want. That also means like you can serialize into files, so you avoid creating an internal string to do that. Like you don't have to buffer like a big JSON thing before you flush it. The same thing about like string. This just takes a reader, but I mean, it doesn't really just take a reader. It takes the parser. And I would like to wrap that somehow later so that you can pass in anything, right? Like make the parser actually use a reader instance. Right now, the parser is the JSON parser, which just means I don't have to implement a parser right now, but also it means you need to have the whole string in memory, right? Before we parse it. So ideally, we'd be able to say of reader, and then you give me a socket, right? And then I deserialize things as they come through the socket. Without having to like buffer everything and so on. And this feels very, very heavy, right, in terms of code, but it is incredibly efficient. Because at the end of the day, you're sort of intercalating these calls to getting data and then trying to serialize the data, and then where do you write the data, right? So it's just a very complex way, right, of writing out the exact right lines, right? The exact function calls. There's no intermediate representation. It's just... Oh, this is not even multi-threading. This is just like single-threaded. This doesn't need to be multi-threaded. Like even in Rust, SERDI is not multi-threaded. It works in a single thread. You can use it on many threads, right? But like if you had a massive file that you memory map, right, like a couple of gigs, then yeah, maybe you can use multiple processes or threads, right, to deserialize different parts of the file, assuming that you know how to cut it, right? But then you're just splitting the problem into, single-threaded problems. No worries. BGs. Oh, the DGs. Okay, so you call variant, you pass all the info, we put together a visitor, right? And then we call the serialized variant, which is right above. And this thing just extracts from the context, right? The function, the serialized variant, and just calls that on the actual format, passing the context, the state, the visitor, name variants. So when you say variant here, right, with this stuff, you end up calling, I'm gonna close that file, you end up calling this function, right? With your visitor, and the name and variants are the name, right, and the variants here. So this will just consume space, pick, if we have a a quote here, then we know we have a variant here, a unit variant. So we can go and say visit variant, and we actually want to call this function, right? So we need a visitor, let's see. What do we need? We need a visitor, for sure, because we want to call visitor visit variant, right? And we also need a context, and I think the context is going to be self here. Okay, so we need to let deserialize here, right? And it's kind of the same. We just take state and deserialize and a sort of a specification of the serializer function, right? So it will be similar to what we have here for serialize. So maybe we can start with the same base and see how far it goes, right? We need a deserializer, which will have some state, but I guess these serializers don't have the same thing. We don't have the same output here. That's fine. We will also need a DT, right? Some deserialization function. And I think we have value and state, no output here. So the interesting thing will be how the hell are we going to get an output? Let's see. Deserialize. I think we don't actually have that variant, do we? We do not. We need to make that one. Okay. So we'll start by grabbing the signature. The base, I want let deserializer FN, and we're just going to do deserializer FN like that. So here, actually, do we need that? I don't think we do. I think we can just get rid of that. Whoa. Oh no, wait, we can't. Because it's recursive, is it? Yeah, cyclic definitions. Okay. In that sense, it might be easy, but be nice to just have it for API symmetry here. Value. Just gonna grab that type there. Cool. So I compiled. We go back here. And now we have some issues with the parameter. So how do we use the name of the variants, right? Do we even use them at all? Because they're not really being passed as a parameter, are they? Oh, they are. No, we're... What? Tragedy. might need to dig a little bit into 30 again. Okay, so eventually we call deserialize enum and we pass all that information, which is what we're doing here, but I'm not sure exactly. I mean, this is where it gets called, right? How does Cerdy do that part? Cerdy, JSON, Cerdy, Rust. Give me the source code. And we're going to search for deserialize enum. And so this is the implementation that we'll be looking for, right? I guess that if this is the trait, then somebody has to be implementing this trait deserializer. And I guess we'll find out here in the Rust module. So deserialize enum. Cool, all right, so we have that. What does this do? Tries to skip white space, gets the next thing. We have a univariant access here. What does univariant access do? We have a struct. I guess it will take the deserializer reference and then implement enum access. If you're still around, Dylan, this is what I meant by trait heavy code. This code base is really hard to navigate. There is so much indirection, right, via traits. The types are so well thought out that at any point in time, you can only get the value that you need from only one place, right? So you can't follow the types. But boy, there's quite a few of them. OCaml fixes this by not having this problem, but if we had modular implicits, we would have the same problem. I can bump the font, yes. Hey, Positron, how's it going? Like here, I want you to look at this, right? We were looking at a call to deserialize enum. So somewhere in here, deserialize enum, right? And this is really an implementation, right, of a trait. So JSON has its own deserializer, right, that implements the asserted deserialized trait, and it has to implement this function. And in here, what it's doing, it's saying, okay, I'm gonna receive a visitor, right, of type V, and you return a V value. So the only way to generate a V value is by calling stuff inside a visitor, which is good. We do some parsing and we say, okay, we have a string here. So we'll just call visitor visit enum, right? And what do we pass as an input? We say we're gonna wrap ourselves in a univariant access, right? But at this point, you don't really know what the visitor visit enum is because this is a generic, right? So there is no indication here of how to get to that method. What you do know is that you could find this struct here, right, and see what it does. And when you look at it, it's like, okay, just a very small constructor, borrowing a mutable reference to the deserializer itself. All good here, right? We want to reuse the deserializer through the entire process. But this doesn't have much. It just has a constructor new, except that it implements the enum access rate, which is what we need to be able to call visit enum, right? I mean, at this point, Dylan, you can't know what V is, because V is provided by the user of the library, right? Like V would be my own type somewhere. The only reason we can call visit enum is that enum access is implemented for unit variant access. And this has one function, right? And when you look at the function, it goes like, oh yeah, I'm going to receive a seed, which is V, and I'm going to call deserialize in the seed, right? I'm going to pass a mutable reference to the deserializer itself. And it's like, okay, so how do you go from here? You kind of have to go all the way up again and find the deserialize function somewhere. Fun deserialize. Can't really find it here. Where the hell is it? Yeah, sorry, there isn't a deserialize directly. There's only deserialize any or the different types. Whoa, we got rated by Nan! Hi, folks. My name is Nottage. I'm Nottage. Thank you so much, Nan, for the right for choosing us for this. Yeah, super excited that you folks are here. What were you doing? How are you? How was your stream and all the things? Just go for it. Tell me. Let's do a shout out here to Nan Coates. Oof, yes, multiple joins. I feel like there's a lot of counterintuitive things. Like the syntax for doing like left join or right join is just, it doesn't really tell me what's happening until I look at the data and go like, oh. So my joints are doing great. Thank you for asking. The walking pad does, it's okay for the knees, I think. So in stream, we just published or are waiting for packages to be published, camel packages. Where the hell is the browser here? We were building this thing, Riot, which is a little stack for building applications in OCaml. And I'm having so much fun building it. And we just had a release 008. And it's our largest release yet. And we had a bunch of stuff happening here in the runtime, in the libraries, in the supporting libraries as well. And we had a lot of contributors, so I'm super excited about that. Yeah, so now we're just waiting for this to get accepted into the OCaml package repository. Here, it's a pull request. Yeah. Y'all can check the website. It's riot.ml. Oh, I'm a raider in my own in my own stream since I was lurking at yours. Hello, Fizzy. How's it going? Yeah, and now we've turned the focus to Serdi, a serialization library that I've been building in OCaml for a little bit. And we're on the third rewrite now to make it the nicest serialization library that we can have, both in terms of ergonomics, but also how easy it is to do code generation for it, but also how fast it is, right? Because we want something that we can really, really build an ecosystem of formats, right, very easily on without having to think, oh, well, it's going to be slow or whatnot. I'm gonna pin that tweet. Let's see. Should I regret this? One byte was fundamental to this happening. I'm gonna like my own tweet here. I think it's a good one. Hello, Irland Deutsche. We will definitely measure it as soon as we have something that runs correctly, right, and is ergonomic. The idea would be, we know it's going to be slower than Rust, of course, right? What are we doing here? No. But we would want it to be, oh, this is the code relay? Where are we? How many windows do I have open? Oh, I have 3. Okay. This is the one I want. Yeah. So I can probably hide that one. And right now we're implementing a very small vertical slice, right, of serialization and deserialization of JSON for enums, right, or variants, we call them in OCaml. And once we have that in place, then it should be easy to start adding more things and saying, like, okay, do we have an API that makes sense? Why not? So, yeah, this is where we're at. Thanks for the raid. I need to hide my face. There you go. What area you mean, like what part of the stack, like front end, back end, that sort of thing? If you stay long enough, so I've done a lot of work. I've been in the industry for maybe 15 years or so. I look younger than I am, and I've been coding for even longer. So I've had jobs as a front-end engineer, as a back-end engineer. I've had jobs where I've done a lot of infrastructure, a lot of developer infrastructure as well, like pipelining, CIs, that sort of thing. I've had leadership jobs as an engineering manager, and I've also had jobs as just engineering leadership without management, like staff engineer, for example. And I've been at many tiny startups, so I've seen a lot of different stacks over the years. And I've been CEO twice, and I've done a lot of product as well, especially when it comes to like very small companies where you have to have many hats. I really like that. So I would say it's more of a, I have a, they're computers and I tell them how to do things. So I can figure out stuff. I don't like one over the others. Better words? Maybe I do. I love developer tooling. I think developer tooling is the thing that I like the most. So I like, really what I like is to build things that make other people more productive, right? That make it harder for people to make mistakes, that make it easier for people to build value for themselves, for others, for companies, for customers. So a lot of what we're doing here with the Riot stack is really sort of reflecting those values, right? Like all of this is built with one goal in mind, right? To free you to focus on creating amazing apps. We take care of the entire foundation, right? I've written some C. I actually started programming when I was a kid, trying to make video games in C++. And it wasn't my first language. The first one was GameMaker, GML, and then I jumped to C++, which was quite a jump. And I've had my first job, like in an office, was as a C++ developer for a game studio. And write C every now and then here. Like, for example, Gluon actually has some C code, even though it's an OCaml library. Thanks for follow Fizzy and then logging off. And also Diego Skate Dev. Hola Diego. I like languages. What can I say? It's fun. Okay, so back to it. I wonder if this is it. Because we need a type that implements a reference to the serialized seed, right? But I don't think I find it. Maybe we'll find it in our version here. Nope. Straight read from Laravel. Perfecto. Yes. It was actually a mix of Laravel and the Tokyo RS website. Tops, yeah, I'm on a walking pad. It's like a treadmill light. It doesn't go fast. It doesn't have handrails or anything. So it fits right under the desk. Is it more to this than that? More to this than that. Oh my god. I press escape, close the thing. Thank you. Oh, it is way past my bedtime here as well. It's like 2 in the morning. Thank God I have nothing on Thursday, but I need to stabilize my sleep again. It's just a little off, with an offset. Code is. Oh, I don't have beam bindings here. I'm still confused. Like, we go here and we do that. Wait, which one do we need? Visit enum or visit variant? Visit enum. Okay. So I'm going to assume that needs enum access, right? That makes sense to me. And the visit enum will be this function, right? And this function is asking us for essentially something that implements enum access, which is what we have here, right? But then he's also asking us for a function called variant, which I don't see here. No son of mine. Okay, so this has a... What? You have default implementation that calls variant seed and gets phantom data as an input. So we have an implementation of over phantom data? What is this? We do, yeah. Phantom data, simple variant. Oh my god, so phantom data will implement deserialize as well. Hey CDWX, thanks for the follow. Okay, so continuing, we have the visitor. Where is it? Visit enum. We get an A, and the A is something that implements enum access, and we don't know what that is. But we pass the data, and the data is our A here. And hard to see exactly what the type would be, but no, this is not what I want. Okay, I'm gonna close this stuff because it's getting in the way. Fine, go away. Close. Good. Better. Honestly, I hate the way GitHub has become. I don't really enjoy the DX that they offer anymore for browsing code, especially when I have a small real estate on screen. It feels like sometimes I just want to do Command F and search for things, right? And then when I do that, then it works. But if I select something, right? And now it's not working for some reason. But normally, old man yells at cloud, right? Enum access. When I select something like here, then it opens this symbols thing on the side. Maybe I don't want to read that, right? But every time it happens, it just, especially when I have a smaller real estate on screen, right? Anyways, maybe I'm just wrong, which will be okay. So, self variant seed, we call this function, it's implemented here, right? And this gets a V, and our V happens to be phantom data. And phantom data is somewhere. Show more. Private D. In this file. Hey Diva, how's it going? ¿Todo bien, hermano? ¿Qué no? 3.7. So we just call this serialize, right? On the type inside of the phantom seed, which would be simple variant, right? That is so confusing. And I guess in this case, we have a value, simple variant here, but I guess that this should really be about the field. Why don't I see the field here? Oh shit, I need to update that command. Hey, DevDad, how's it going? Folks, if you're not following DevDad right now, you should do it. Let's see if we can do a shout out here. Did Dev a dad? They're building this amazing app called Embedder for tracking sort of habits and things that you want to do every day. And I've actually started using it, or I tried, but I still forget to do things because that's the real problem I have. Yeah, we're doing a publish. We actually just finished the publish part. We got the Riot ML website app and updated as well, and we got a couple of pull requests there for the repo to accept our packages. Because Camel, you still sort of publish packages by submitting a pull request. But we cut our release and we have a changelog here with all of the new things that we built, right? And all the people that contributed to them. It's been fun. The man, the myth, the dev dad. I know, right? Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Dylan, for that. So that must mean that something here. Okay, field. Ah, right, the inference. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. So let's see if I can understand this. When we call this variant, right, somewhere here, or somewhere here, what the hell do we do? Okay, we do seed deserialize on this, right? We end up calling variant phantom data. And I guess it was in a different mode? Really? I swore it was here. Huh. Unit access? No. The hell did that go? Phantom serialize or variant phantom data. Are you kidding me? That function exists. I promise you. Just trust me and find it. Okay, maybe it's called something different. Variant seed. Here. Oh, variant seed date. Fine. Okay. So we call variant seed somewhere. Well, actually, we call variant somewhere. And I think here. And we pass in the data. And based on the type that we pass in of data, which is A, which is what we're parametric over, we will find the enum axis that corresponds to what we want, right? So we look both at the input type but also the output type of this thing. And this thing calls phantom data, right? Which is, I guess we had it here, but we lost it now. Oh my God. For phantom data, yeah, here. And phantom data includes a type parameter t inside. So we're going to actually call the deserialize function that is associated with the type t, because we expect that to implement deserialize, right? So what's happening here is that because we're pattern matching on field 0, then Rust is able to, through trait magic, find, right, the right implementation of the variant function that we care about, right? This is so convoluted. There is so many indirections here, and somehow Rust makes this incredibly, incredibly fast. Like it just disappears, right? Zero cost abstraction for real. You gotta get your hat off at Rust for doing this stuff. And somehow we end up, I believe, here. Actually, we might be ending up in the deserialization implemented for tuples, because we do get a tuple out of this. Okay, chat, I need to get some water. We'll do a quick little break. Be right back. I'll leave you with some Foo Fighters. Misclick. We are back. Continue. Walking in 2, 1. Go. I think one interesting thing about the walking pad is that once you get in the mood, like you're walking and you forget about it, you can walk faster. I have to start at like 1 to 1.6 or so, right? And then at some point, I just now realize that I'm walking at 2.2, 2.5, right? And it just feels okay. All right, so essentially, this stuff just ends up in a call to deserialize for field, right? And that calls deserialize identifier. So we don't have all of this abstraction power that Rust has. Oh, thanks, Arwitz, for the follow. So we need to figure out some other way of doing that. But essentially, right, this boils down to a call to sort of figure out the field, right? And if we get the field, then we visit the right thing accordingly. So visit variant on this end, right, will get called. And then we have a call to constructor, which I think maps to the serialized identifier. But let me catch up with chat. Lexer is done. We have basic REPL. I'm working on parser now. Amazing. That's super cool. I have a link there. Deref coercion by 1 byte. Are you doing cross-platform or choosing between Android and iOS? React Native, baby. It's actually best of all worlds. You learn how to write front-end React and you get 2 mobile apps. That's awesome. Got it. We'll also drop you a follow because it's nice to give them out. Nice. And then we have the follow, Demolroy up, Camel's pattern matching, partial application currying, and ADTs definitely make writing the kind of stuff nice. Yeah. I think over the years, OCaml has self-selected as a language the features that make it good for writing compilers. Aw, we listen to the best music. Thank you. So Nan says, where are you based, Leo? I'm in Stockholm at the moment. So it's very late. 2:24 in the morning. That says, bro, what's the distance LOC ratio on the bad boy? Is that for me? You mean like the walking pad? Or is this like line of code ratio or something? I feel like I'm missing some context here. And I think I do have a little bit of a Stockholm syndrome with Stockholm itself. So I think I haven't written much today. Let's see. This is a very small change. Well, maybe it's larger. Okay, no, sorry. This is the diff that I've been working on. This is not from today. I don't know how much I did today. But it would be nice to track that. I think it would be fun to have that. Like, yeah, we can definitely do that. Say, if we could track from NeoVim every time I add a new line, right, and remove a new line, I haven't written much today, just 10,000 lines. Thanks for that. I don't speak freedom units, so I appreciate you going metric for me. Dude, freedom units are so weird. They just, as someone that grew up with metric, it just doesn't make sense. It's like the metric system is all like ordered and square and nice. I reckon that there's an upside to freedom units. I just don't see it. You know what I mean? And maybe it's because I haven't been immersed in there. Even when I first went to, let's say, like the greater UK area, right? I moved and lived in Dublin, in Ireland, sometime. They use metric. Wait. Are you telling me the pound is a proxy metric for kilograms? It's defined in terms of kilograms? What? That is wild. Today I learned. Thank you so much, chat. Okay. So what I find hilarious is that for us, we just have a tiny little function here, right? Called tag of string. And that is the entire Ignum access machinery. We can hide that function behind the constructor. So we will have a function that directly describes the world, that directly can deserialize a single constructor, right? Or a single identifier. So maybe it makes sense to call it identifier. Actually. Why am I so stuck in this? Local variant. That creates a visitor, right? With the functions for visiting the IDs. But this is not really a function for visiting the ID. I think I need a way to I need a field visitor. Yeah, I think that's what I need. So we'll have a variant visitor here. Actually, we can probably stuff them together. No, they're, or can we? Okay, so that starts to make more sense to me. We build a field visitor that knows how to visit fields. So different formats will be able to provide different ways of getting right the the field right from different data types. So right now we only care the stringy one because we're doing JSON and we're not doing like a compact representation here. We're just saying like, okay, we'll just have an object, right? And the key will be a string and the string will be the name of the variant, right? So that way we can do that. So when we do identifier here and we pass in the context, I guess we can probably just pass in the field visitor directly to the identifier. See, this is an input anyways there, and we don't have any place to like keep it around. We'll see if we need to keep it around later. Cool. So that means we can now just make an identifier call similar to variant here, right? And then we just have a visitor. So we just get a context and a visitor, right? And we can turn that into a function as well. But actually, in this case, we don't need to do that because variant is the thing. It's should we do that or not? How should we do this? So we just take a context there. I think that makes more sense. And we can have one like this, variant. And this will just have context state and visitor, right? I guess in this case, this will just be the same one. So maybe it just doesn't really matter. Cool. So now we can implement this one, right? Deserialized variant will grow this deserializer interface to also deserialize an identifier, which takes a visitor. But I think we need to return a tag here. Cool. So now we need this thing to implement deserialize identifier. We'll get save, we'll get a state, and we'll get a visitor here. So in our case, we have a call to deserialize identifier, which I believe should be implemented in inserted.json, and that derives into the visitor by telling it, hey, this is what we have right now. So maybe we can try to search for that. We do, and this is just calling to deserialize string, which is good. So essentially, this is saying deserialize string, right? And we'll do self visitor, I believe. Ooh, so this slowly is taking shape. And the serialized string will be here. And we'll just return a string. Or actually, I don't know what that's going to look like. Let's put a pause for a second there. We do need, however, a function at this level called deserialize string. Okay, I'm actually gonna do the dumb thing here, and I'm just gonna say this, right? Because I would like these functions, right, deserialize something, to be part of the API that you implement or you use when you're building a deserializer yourself, right? And same for the visit variant and visit things like that. But I would like these ones, identifier, variant, and so on, to be the functions that you use when you are writing out your deserializer, right? Just to keep it more clean and concise. You're inside of a deserializer, equal variant, equal identifier, right? To get those things. We'll see if that just proves to be like a cute thing that makes no sense and I need to remove. But in any case, these are just delegating, right? So it should be okay. Okay, so we want to call D deserialize string. We have the serialized identifier. We'll do the same, but with string. Nope, just run the thing. And that means we'll need a deserialized string here. And here we can do JSON, or actually just parser. Read string, right? And we get a string here. And we can do visitor visit string. All right, I think I don't need the context, but we'll see. So we get a string here, right? This is just a regular string. And now we can tell the visitor, hey, I don't know what you wanted to do with this, but here's a string, go ahead, do it, right? And that will unwind, go to the serialized identifier, because we already have the right visitor here for this, right? And so on. Oh my God. Whew. At the very least, we won't have the problem the Rust already has of following along, right? All the traits. We would still have to grab like 3 modules, the format, like cert.json, your serializer and deserializer, right? And cert. But you'll be able to directly map the calls between those 3, right? As they go back and forth. And I think that's going to be a lot nicer to look at. Closing in on 5 kilometers, 4.6. Getting there. Cool. So we need a deserialized string, right? We're going to go into the serialized identifier, and we'll do the same thing. And now we can go into the visit methods, which I think I'm going to actually move into the visitor. What are you talking about? Love thy young. Visit variants there. Visit strings there. Unbound record field visit variant. Really? Hmm. Why are you not figuring that out? Oh, right. Visit variant is already occupied there. Which is very different than doing this. Yay. Okay. We're back in business. Visit string is now part of visitor, right? And so is this one. Visitor has a typo. Visit string. Cool. New errors. What is the problem here? This serialized identifier has a mismatched error. We expect an A context of a B and a visitor, and we return a C result, and that C is the same type as the type of the visitor. You know what I think would be amazing? If OCaml didn't just like throw away, right, your parametric, like, your fresh type variables, right? And instead it just use the ones that you already have. Of course, as I say that, I realize that when you're coming up with your fresh variables, you don't know anything about the actual signature. So unless it's like specified manually, right? But I would say we see D context is not the same as the base context. So the only problem we have there is an equality of base context. Okay. Cool. And I feel like that problem exists because in the visitor, we have redefined that. same problem. On the bright side, that means we can keep a pretty API. I think. Oh wait, that has nothing to do with that. Type A is not compatible with type B. So somewhere in here, something is improperly tagged. Oh, we're going to the full commentary. Okay. That is unexpected. But yeah. We're gonna go back to Genesis. Ooh. Just as I thought I was doing all right, found that I'm wrong when I knew I was right. So something here expects to return the tag, and I think the problem is really just in the, oh, what is that big string? Oh, we didn't use that? All right. Problem is here. Was it always seemed to be me looking at you, you looking at me? It's always the same, it's just shame, that's all. There we go, that's starting to look more like it. Save that change. Woo! It builds. And that's a test error. Ho ho ho! Look at that, everyone. We got so far. We can't even print the shit. But, all right. So line 18. What is this? Format, fprintf. Why didn't you like that? Formatter and an integer. Oh. 178. What's the problem here? We expected a string. What the hell? Seriously? Is the context the last thing we pass? Let variant. Yeah, it is. We want to make that first. Ooh, nice. So all those times we're not using this one actually either. It always seem to be. Yes, yes. This is failing somewhere, but it runs. There's no point in trying to pretend. And I think we have a serialization problem here. Because we should be writing the variant, right? But keeping the quotes. And I don't see, when we do to string, I don't see the extra pair of quotes here. So let's look at that. Write all buffer, and that makes sense because we grab the string, right? But we really want to be saying something like format, sprintf, right? Like that. Oh, ho, ho! Yes! It worked. Serializing and deserializing. Now I wonder if this will work if we serialize one thing first and try to read another, right? If this will just be like, oh yeah, I guess I know how to do that. Not gonna lie, chat. I really, really like that we renamed IO to Rio. It looks nice. You know, Rio write, Rio buffer, Rio writer, that sort of thing. And this means we want to now go to the next kind of variant, the one that has arguments, and we'll see how that fails. But we could also try to screw this by saying be like that. Nice. So if we try to read B into this type, we get an invalid tag exception, which is perfect. And I would actually like a test for that. But now I know. Oh shit, my camera died. Well, that sucks. Did not know that. Okay, we're gonna pause the walking. And we're gonna see what the problem is. Because I believe that maybe I am disconnected. Oof. Almost fell. Thank God the camera was off. We're back. We are not going to do a Twitch chat on walking mat integration. At most, at most, you're going to get steps on screen and maybe stats like the speed or something like that. I am not letting you maniacs, DJs speed up or speed down. No, that's not going to happen. That is a recipe for this for accidents. It would be funny once, and then I don't know. I'll break a bone or something if I fall wrong, and it'll be like, oh my god, we should not have done that. So preemptively, I am saying no. Thanks for no fun. I don't four. No found. Follow me. I think finishing this Saturday rewrite is gonna take a bit. We're gonna have to figure out a couple of patterns and how to translate them. But I think it's already super promising, right? That we can do this with a single variant like that. It is not that much work actually to do, and I can see myself generating this code pretty easily as well. Thanks. Okay, let's try to do this with a variant that has one tag. Shall we? So we push that just a little bit. Like if we have one tag, the serialization we want is sort of object with a key, which is a string, which is the name of the constructor. And then the value of that key will be the value of the variant, like the one thing you have there. 1, 2, 3. We keep on walking. We're at 508 kilometers now. Around 13,000 steps. 13.8 thousand. It's it's I really like it, to be honest. Like once I get started, it's like, oh, that's cool. But it did take a little bit for me to pull the trigger, since they are usually from, like, let's say, they're not well-known brands, at least not like on this part of the world, and they're quite expensive. They're much cheaper than an actual treadmill, right? Look at an actual treadmill, you can easily spend like 1,000 quid on, 1,000 euros, and this one is like 480, 490, so half the price. But it's still a bunch of money, right? You need a Joe first. I hear you. Yeah. Home by the Sea. Damn, such a good song. Putting them away, something doesn't feel quite right. Welcome to the Home by the Sea. Shadows but no substance in the shapes of men. Okay, so same deal so far. We have a field visitor, right? And we'll do a match on that. Based on that, we'll do something. So in this case, right, we are trying to. I don't understand why this is trying to map. I guess V here is like a constructor, right? So my guess is what we really want to do is just say like int, right? And parse a context out of an int out of the context, and then an int will be here, right? Yeah, we don't have any other visitor or anything implemented. So here, when we do new type variant, we specify the type we want. Now wait, I guess this is actually calling a specific visitor, right? I don't know. I think the easy thing to do would be to implement an int, right? So we can just call to the parser and have it bring us back the int, and we put those two things together. However, in between the identifier and the int, right, we don't know what's happening. So when we call identifier, sure, we get the string just fine, right? But we're not really reading. Hey, Sug. Thanks for the follow. Like, we need something so that the JSON parser knows, oh, we need to actually parse more than just a string for the identifier, right? Like, we need to indicate it that we are actually inside of a variant, and do we need to do that? Let's see. Let's see if JSON implements what is it called? New type variant. So this is implemented for a few things: variant access and unit variant. I mean, just those two, really. Okay. I'm gonna pause the walking for a little bit. Okay, so we can go into the D module, and like we have identifier, and now we'll do int, right? In a context here, or rather, how do we do this? We want to drive a little more than just the int. We want to tell the parser, hey, we're about to serialize, right? Like deserialize a new type variant, which is essentially a variant with a single argument. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Hey Zego, thank you very much. I am just using Fira code here. You got the game server out for Spirit? Nice. That is a very nice. Bum, bum, banana. Mm. All right, we're gonna look for this new type variant, right? And we'll see what exactly it does or what it signifies. My guess is that it is a way for telling the parser we just got a field, right? We are going to get like this visitor for fields has no clue, really no clue, right? What the actual variant looks like. So we need to tell it or drive it forward from here, saying we're going to continue deserializing a variant that is actually a new type. So we have a single argument, which I'm wondering why is that a special case. But bam, bam, bam. Hudson. 'Cause I can lose. The only thing about me is the way that I code. I can. Oh, wait. Parse object column. We have that there. Right. Right. So when we do the enum visitor, right, for unit variant access, we just call the serialize. Ooh, okay. So this might get tricky or messy. Essentially, we call identifier here, right? And this goes into the serialize identifier. But we have. Oh my god, that has a typo. Shit. Shit. Gotta fix the typo. I can build. I can. Everything. Ba, 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 boom. Let me try that again, Riot. Cool. It's fixed. Hey, Gabriel, thanks for joining the chat. Hope you're having fun. So, Riot is in OCaml runtime. It's like a library that you use, right? And gives you superpowers in OCaml. It lets you do multicore for free. And we're building this literally for people that want to build stuff. So, this is not a runtime build for research purposes. This is not a runtime build for like exploration, right? It's more like we want to build SaaS products. We want to build things. So, we need certain bases covered, right? Easy multi-core, we need to be able to do it fast, right? Or reasonably fast. And we definitely need a developer experience that is just excellent, right? That is like good, deeply, deeply good. Yeah, so that is Riot. And that's what I'm building. And right now we're building a small piece aside of Riot that is called Serde, which is a serialization framework. And we're borrowing a lot from how Rust Serde works, so that we have something that is flexible and also powerful. Okay, we were calling variant unit variant. Tomorrow. Should be defined somewhere. Maybe not here. This is the same file. This is the same file. So the parallel will be something like this, right? You do identifier and then you say unit variant. So the format can figure out what to do, right? For closing up the unit variant and sort of move on or move its state to whatever it needs to be. And in the other example here, right? Put them both there. And in the other example, we need to say, okay, I got an identifier, great, right? So that's this call. And we have a match. In our case, we only have one. So we just do a let star, and that will be kind of the same. And then what do? We need to actually tell the system, hey, I need to build like a variant argument, right? And I guess we have a new type variant and we will have a separate different one, right? If we expand to have three arguments, so or two. If this is U32 and we also have a string, right? Which we do for the type C, then we can expand to 3RS. And if we go here now, yeah, look at this. We see this code again, it's familiar. We call variant on data, we get field, and then this is built a visitor, right? And that visitor is defined for visiting sequences only. Yeah, I guess on the sequences here. Interesting. But we call tuple variant, right? Which is different from the unit variant, which has nothing, and it's different from the new type variant, which has a single thing. A little bit like that, right? We say new type, we give you a context, but I'm also going to give you the actual type, right, that I want you to parse. So I'm gonna, for the time being, we're gonna implement unit variant, which I think it doesn't do anything. And in this case, we don't actually do anything. Hey, Calder, thanks for the follow. How's it going? How are you? Hungry, but not too hungry to go buy food. I hear you. I'm good. I'm good. It's a little late over here. It's 3:30 in the morning, and my sleep schedule is kind of trash right now. We just got off the treadmill. We've been coding and walking, and we're here writing some Camel and reading a lot of Rust. Yeah, I took a really long nap that I should not have had. I think 4 hours. It was a bad idea. Oh, Gabriel, thanks for the follow. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Olavo, how's it going? Tudo bem, man? Oh my God. Dummy me. Violently arc. There you go. Good night, buddy. Have a good one. Take good care, sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, so this is doing a little more legwork here, right? Instead of having serialized variant and having you figure out what variant you're about to serialize, this is saying unit variant, like directly. So when you serialize here, you just say unit variant, right? So variant, we got the type, we got the index, and we got the variant there. I'm like it has this one, and it has a separate one for new type variant. Where you also pass in the actual value, right? And it has one for tuple variant. So you're passing multiple values to that one. Like here, so the serialization new type variant, and you pass in the field. And here, we need to regen that one. Yeah, look at that. When you say tuple variant, you say the size, and then you call serialized field, right? And then you do end. And he knows I'm right. Been talking to Jesus all my life. Oh, yes, he knows me. Bam, bam. All right, we're going to assume for now, and I think it's a safe assumption that the certain model works, right? Since literally the entire Rust ecosystem is built on top of it. And OCaml has these kinds of data as well. Unit variants, we have. New type variants, we have. We just don't call them new types, right? We call them variants with a single argument. Tuple variants are variants with more than one, right? I am wondering why we make the distinction though, if it even is meaningful at all. between new type variants and tuple variants. We normally just talk about variants, right? All my life. Oh, yes, he loves me. And he knows I'm right. Slowly digesting this data model. You gotta get in to get out. You gotta get in to get out. To get out. Did you chat GPT that? Yeah. So I'm not talking about how or why a camel has this. Let me try to rephrase this. What I'm wondering, right, has nothing to do with Ocaml or Rust itself, right? It has to do with the decision that Serdi has made of including separate serializations and deserialization functions, right, specialized for different kinds of, right, variants. Because usually we talk about enums in Rust and variants in OCaml, right? And you don't normally say, oh, this is a unit variant or a new type variant or a tuple variant. You just say it's a variant, right? And then you refer to the number of arguments directly, like, oh, no arguments or one argument or like n arguments, right? But inserted in Rust, right, there's specific functions for saying, I'm going to serialize a unit variant, right? Versus I'm going to serialize a tuple variant. So for example, in here on the left, instead of saying tuple variant of size 0, right? And then just call end, right? There's a specific function, which is this one, serialize unit variant, right? That's what I was wondering. To get out. No, we don't have the distinction of in OCaml. In OCaml, you just say like type hello, and that is like abstract, and then we have empty, and then we have unit variant, and then we have new type, and then we have tuple variant, right? These are like all the variations of the type there. Let me just write them out. I think it'll be useful to have them like that. Like that, and then empty type, and then unit, and then new type, and then tuple, and then we have record. And these are the variants. And you then you have G80T, and then we go into the realm of records, right? But like we normally these three we call the same variant. No worries. It's just fun to think about. Oh yeah, we also have extensible variants, right? Which are like this. And then you can do hello plus a or whatever, right? Too many things. What's the problem here? This is the land of confusion. Whoa. Bam, bam. Oh, thanks, Dylan. Thanks a million. Let's see. Nice. I think this will make a good cheat sheet. Like, types into camel. These are the things. Which one do you want? Take your pick. Featured. Thanks, Dylan. Whoa, oh, oh. We're gonna go into the serialization module inside of JSON, and we're gonna have a look at how they do that, right? Serialize new type variant. Ooh, begin object, begin key. Serialize string. End object key, begin object value, serialize value, end object value. And then we call end object. I like that better than having to do these writes like this. But I think it's pretty much the same right now. They're serializing a string, right? That's the variant name, which is var name, constructor name. And that's what we do here. So the thing that we're missing is sort of the serialize self. And if we have serialize unit variant, it's just serializing the string. So my guess is that begin object keys and begin object value, right? This is merely for the formatter to know what are we doing right now. Since the formatter is abstract over, I mean, it's configurable, right? I guess we'll eventually want to do that to be able to do crappy JSON serialization, right? Just push all the bytes one after the other, or do pretty printing, right? Of that. Okay, so I'm going to start a module here called module formatter, right? Because I want to have functions that are easier to read. And here in state, we can just say like format is going to be a formatter of T, right? And here we can do a begin object, right? And then we'll get a formatter with a writer. And then we can just do re or write, right? Writer, buff, like that. End object, right? Is it called field name here? Object key? Okay, we can do object key, that's fine. And I think for these two, it's actually just going to be a quoted string like that. So that way, when we get a state, right, we can just get a formatter out. How does this do? Okay, maybe not exactly like that. Maybe the formatter still needs to be here. Fine, we'll do that. So instead of, it just becomes formatter, right? Begin object. Begin object key. And then we're writing to the formatter because that's what we have. And then we do end object key, right? Probably call it something format like that. And now we can do begin object value, right? And object value. Is that how it goes? Yeah. And then we can do end object, right? I'm not sure what you're trying to do, Diva. Like, what are you? Are you trying to find something out? Like, how can I help? Learn. Cool. No worries. Keep learning. I was just confused. No worries. Keep going. Keep doing. If I can help with anything, just let me know. You're no son of mine. First, interesting. Oh, look at that. It works the other way around. If you have the first object you pass through and it does nothing. But if you are not at the first one, then that will actually bring a coma. Which makes sense because JSON does not support trailing commas, so you cannot just write them on the back. You need to be careful, right? And it makes sense for it to be to the default be that you always put the comma, but the first thing that you write does not have it. So we'll do first here, right? And this actually be false, right? Begin object key. That doesn't actually write the code though. So if first, then okay, nothing else, we will write a comma. And end object key doesn't do anything. Interesting. Where are we? Many too many. I wish Spotify had a more keyboard-driven layout. Yeah, Deva, like we're building a serialization and deserialization framework, right? So that the goal, right, just to give you the very high level overview here, is that if you have a type, just ignore all the code here below. If you have a type like this, you'll be able to do deriving, serializer, deserializer, right? And this generates some code for you, but it allows you later to say, okay, I'm gonna have just to make it more interesting, another type, right? So I have two types. And now I can define a value like that, right? You can see how this is a record and it fits this type, name string and rank is of type rank, and it's a chief petty officer, right? So this is your data, and by default you would be very encouraged to like derive serializers and deserializers for everything. And then if you want to get the JSON out of that, right, we will do something like ser to JSON to string, right? And here's the magic. There is a function created for you called serialize t. That's the name of the type, right? This one. And then you can put O'Brien. And this thing will become a string, right? Like, you know, name Miles O'Brien, and then rank, and that will be chief petty officer. And in the same way, you can grab that JSON, right, and say O'Brien of string, and we have a function called deserialized, right, created for you. and you get O'Brien. So this deserialized T function will actually parse the data exactly as you expected and give you this value, a type value, right? There's no validation, is parsing, right? We parse the right data with the right types as we are reading it. So we don't try to read all the JSON first and then check that the keys have the right values or anything. No. We go exactly for what we know. We know we need a name, and we know it must be a string. So when we're starting to read the name, we start to read a number. Immediately there, we say, wait, we found a name with a number, but we expect a name with a string, right? So the schema validator in JSON, it's, one level less safe because you have to parse all the JSON first to validate stuff. And this is exactly how seriality works in Rust as well. Now, the beautiful part is that this function, serialized and this other function here, this serialized they don't know anything about JSON. They just don't. What they know is that if the format they need to serialize or deserialize looks like this. So we can actually do this. We can say, instead of JSON, I want, for example, right, I want XML. So we have 30 XML to string, right? And we get some XML. And this will be something like, let's say T, right? The name, value, Miles O'Brien. There's 1,000 ways of encoding things in XML, right? But you get the idea. For example. And it doesn't have to be XML. It can be YAML. It can be TOML, right? So the beauty of this is, let's say you're building a library, right? And in your library, you're doing something like, I'm going to write your library here, right? In your library, let's say you want to deal with, I don't know, cakes, right? You have a library for putting together cakes. So you have a cake type, and the cake has things like, I don't know, size, right? Has a name, maybe has a price, right? And of course, we're going to put the price as a float. Because they're terrible people. Or we could make the price be like an array of bools, right? That's a great way of doing that as well. I'm just messing, but your library would include this. And that would be that. So your library only has a type, and it has a serializer and a deserializer for cake. But it doesn't know anything at all about the formats. It doesn't know about JSON. It doesn't know about YAML or TOML, right? Or S expressions. Because you don't know how it's going to be used. Now, I want to use your cake library, right? And in my code, right? So my code here, I have access, right, to serialize cake and deserialize cake just because you included this, right? And that means I can call JSON to string serialize cake, and I give it a cake, right? Cake 1. This is a value. I'm not going to write it out, but you get the point. So Certed decouples the data, right, and the format. So I would encourage, like, as soon as we have something that works nicely and we try it out, right, and we start using it, then this line, right, this line would probably, like, we could PR that line to all the libraries out there, right, and be like, okay, hey, please, like, include these serializers, and now anybody can serialize your data, right, in whatever format they want. Does that make sense? No. So those were part of the format, right? And this is where this idea gets really like mind bending. Is not wrong. I think you're like almost there, right? But it's just like I have to consciously keep focus on that thing, not to forget how it works. Because like, let me show you us. This is one serializer, right? That will be one serializer. A lot like this, right? Unit variant. So you say, okay, I want to serialize my rank. You could write this by hand, but of course we're going to have a way of deriving this. So when you call serde JSON to string, right, serialized rank, and you give me a rank like captain, then what's happening is that we would call your function here, right, this thing, right, and this function guides the serialization function, the process, right? And here the context implicitly has the serde.json module. So when you call unit variant, you're really telling serde.json, right? Let me show you the exact function. You're calling this function, serialize unit variant, right? But at this point, you don't know. So there's an indirection between the serializer you're describing and the format that actually writes it out. And that is sort of, I think it's hard to reason about, but it's incredibly powerful. Because then this thing can work for any format. Meta, yeah. No, but seriously, like it's a very confusing thing at first, and I still sort of struggle with it. But it allows you to replace the formatting module, right, while still being really performant. And what I was doing here when we're doing serialize is, okay, if you're going to serialize a new type variant, right, then we'll call all these things. The performance part comes from the fact that the abstraction is only connecting functions, right, from one side to the other. So it doesn't do anything in the middle, right? Like here, when you say unit variant, right? Let's follow that function, unit variant. I'm going to go to a different module and we're going to find it. So I'm going to press N and we're going to jump to the definition. And the definition is here, right? Sorry, this is deserialize. No, we want the serialize here, right? This is this function. So all the arguments are here up until the equals, right? Literally grabs the module S, which is some serializer like JSON, and calls serialize unit variant, right? So if the serializer for JSON is implemented so that it has a writer like this one, then it can write that immediately into like a socket, for example, right? Instead of having to create some sort of string, really large one, before saving it to a file or so on. So it is very lightweight because there's just like one call that matches directly to what you want it to do, right? There's no like stuff in the middle. Well, that's nice because that means I'm starting to understand it too, because I've been struggling with this for a long time. Like the first version of this library that I wrote was maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. And then a year ago, I did a rewrite and it was garbage. And then a week ago, I did another rewrite, and it was garbage. Yeah, exactly, exactly. When you start thinking about it, it just gets like crazy, just confusing. But like intuitively, it's like, okay, my serializer is gonna do this, and then the formatter is gonna do an equivalent action. It's kind of like, you know, like call and response sort of thing. You gotta go. So how would we use this? Serialize new type variant, right? We get a field, and we kind of want to serialize that field as well. But we don't know anything about that field. We want to dispatch. We want to dispatch. And here, we don't have that, right? We have self, we have format, we have state. And this dispatching almost looks like recursing over it, right? But we also don't have a value, do we? Or is this value? I guess in this case we would actually need to provide the value. So when we say new type variant, right? Sorry, this is the serializer. No, I want to go into the serializer itself. We say new type variant, right? We want to say let's see, how do we do it here? We just want to give you the value, right? I. But we don't have magic dispatch, so we have to say int I, right? So int will have to be a function that grabs the value, right? And then produces a new serializer that will serialize just that value. So then new type variant can call that function to serialize that value. Oh my god, this is... So essentially we want to be able to do this, serialize this field, self, right? But to do that, we need essentially an implementation of serialize that can work over that value. So that means we'll need here something like int that takes an int, right? And then takes a context. And then after that, I mean, it will look a lot like this, right? Int, but we take an int first, right? And then we call serialize int, right? And we just need the int there. So now, just like we did serialize... Oh, we haven't written any of this. Oh, fuck. Okay. But yeah, roughly speaking, this will then become a function that will return a function that we'll be able to apply to a context later on. It is kind of recursive, yeah. It is not recursive, though. Like, there is no single function that keeps calling itself, right? We're going from function to a different function, and then we'll come back. But this process can be pretty nested and deep. Even if it's not recursive, it can be like you have a variant that has arguments that are variants that have arguments, and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, shoot. Go ahead. I think I need to send you a really nice article by Alexis King, also known as Lexi Lambda, called Parse Don't Validate. This is an absolute must read for anyone sort of doing validation, if you want to call it that, or deserialization of data. It does have some Haskell in there, so if it throws you off, I would recommend spending a little bit doing like an intro to Haskell or something like that. Just a small tutorial. You don't need to go very deep, right? But this is mostly about data, right? So remember, parse, don't validate. No, man, no worries. I think we're all learning. right? And we all learn at different rates and we learn in different directions. So, okay, let's see if that would work for us. I will need to define this variant implementations for different kinds, so we'll do that. So a tuple variant is the one that we already have, right? Where we have a size. But we also need other things. We need a univariant, right? And that doesn't take any of this. And we also need, oh no, what univariant takes the type, index, name, but no size. And we'll take unit, we'll take a new type variant, right? And this takes almost the same things, new type variant, but instead at the end takes a value, right? So new type variant takes the name and takes a value. And the value is actually going to be, I am creating a monster. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ah, one of this, really. Or almost. We'll get a function from a context, right? Directly into a result like that. Because we already have the value hoisted in there. El monstruo cabrón. We could do this with any language. Yes, but it works better with typed languages. Because you can use the types to remember things like, oh, we already parsed the beginning of an object, right? Or we already have a string. Dynamic languages have trouble with this because data can be anything at any point, right? And dynamic languages with mutable data, right, that are weakly typed are even worse because data can change its type at any point, right? It's more likely you will shoot yourself in the foot. Like I don't blame schema validators and things like this to exist in JSON because most languages that use them, like JavaScript or Python, right? They would want to parse the entire JSON value first and then try to validate that because they don't have a good way of saying, as I read the value, right, I'm going to assert that everything is what I want and I expect, right? and I will remember that, right? Because what is the difference between calling JSON parse on random JSON that happens to be correct, right? And actually calling a validator function or a parser over that JSON. You will get the same JSON value out. Whereas in a typed language, on the one hand, you get a JSON value that could be like a JSON representation of something, but if you parse it, you actually get the type you want. Well, no, it's just a different kind of parser, right? It just parses JSON as JSON instead of parsing JSON into a type, right? And to be fair, like the V8 JSON parser is ridiculously fast. So at least they have that going for them. It is just a very different way of dealing with data. And in some cases, it makes perfect sense. I'm going to school. You don't have to go to school. Like I didn't go to school for long. Most of the things I've learned have been just building. So I'd say go build, right? I'm happy to have you here in chat learning everything you want, right? But if you really, really want to learn these things, you have to build. No, I understand. I understand. You're saying like, oh, voy a volver a la escuela o a estudiar or universidad o lo que fuese. But just build stuff. Build. We're gonna hide this one right now. We don't need that. And now we need serialized int, which is fine. Tonight. Oh, we're gonna make it right tonight. And we don't have that anymore. Okay, so we're gonna do a small change here. We're gonna make a small change so that we have a server module that is, I think we can keep it that way. But we're gonna pull out all of these nice little functions, right, into another module. Like that. But it's gonna be server base. Right tonight. Oh. Okay. Fine. We'll use a GAT. 115. And now this is going to complain that we need to extract the formatter from places, which is okay. Cool. So we just need to provide let's serialize int now, right? And this will take a self and a state, and we'll take an int, and we'll do something like rewrite all, right? And then we need to turn that int into a string somehow. And we'll just do format, and then buff. It's just going to be int to string, right? Int. And we don't need self here. almost. So this is returning the amount of bytes written, and we do not care about that. So maybe we want to do format write int, like that. So we could do that. Cool. And now that returns a result of nothing, which is good. And we could use write all as well. Maybe I will use that instead. Cool. What don't you like, huh? Compiler? What are you complaining about? You miss the JSON, but you don't need that. Like, there is no need for validating data in type languages. You just need to parse it. Sometimes you want to validate if the amount of types required to assert at the type level that something is correct is just way too much, right? Like, there's obviously a point of diminishing returns. Tonight, tonight, oh, oh. Who's gonna make it right tonight, tonight, tonight? Oh. Cert context and cert base T are not the same. Why? We literally included the module, right? So they should have a context there. Help me out of here. Here, right? Tonight, tonight, tonight. Oh, oh, oh. Line 64 of the cert file, right? We got, oh, my bad. This should be the same. This should not be parametric like that, right? And we need to fix that in the other place now. So here. Better, I think. Value state output. This might be some of the most complex of camel code I've ever written. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like the concept itself is just like, what? What's happening here? I try to go once a year. Sometimes it's hard. Um, I'll be going for my birthday to Argentina to be with my family. So by the end of the year, couple of months by the end of the year. Shit, I'm starving and it's 5 in the morning. Okay, we fix this type error and then we raid someone. I think. Pass to Mexico and one weekend I take you to have some good time. Cool. I have a bunch of friends there that I one day need to visit. I mean, not really friends there, but friends that go back and forth there and wherever they live now. What in the fuck's happening? But yeah, Diva, I'll hit you up. If I swing by México, te hablo y coordinamos. Okay, so somewhere, why is that not fixed over the state? I don't get that. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna do the dumb thing. I'm just gonna grab that interface. I'm gonna slap it right here, right? Like that. Boom. And then we're gonna turn that into a function like that. And then we'll let the compiler tell us, oh, this is exactly where things are wrong. There you go. That's the problem. So serialize, right? It takes really? That's serialize. That's a little odd. It's a little odd. I would have thought this would be different here. Oh my god. Dummy. I am reading. It's clearly late. I'm tired. So these types are incompatible because they're different fucking types. It is ser context, right? It is not a ser base T. So duh, that's never gonna work. So I'm receiving the wrong thing here. Why am I receiving the wrong thing? This should be context, right? Context. Here I'm passing self. And self is a serf base T. Why is it where's the context? Do we not need a context? Serialized base T. Why does it take a serialized base T? This needs a context. I haven't needed that in a while, right? What in the hell is self there? Oh, that's a certain. Yeah, we don't need that. But that should be better because now we are actually passing the context, and that means we have the context at hand, right? Better. And same here. Nice. So assert JSON, right? We get serialized, assert context, and this is a why is this okay? Yeah, we have the custom signature here. Get rid of that, and just let the inference do the magic. Ooh, yes. Aye. Sometimes these types. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that beauty! Oh my god! It's serialized correctly, exactly what we want. It's just like, mwah, perfecto. Fuck, that feels so good. We still fail at deserializing that value, which is okay, right? Because we haven't done much work there. But at the very least, we can serialize fine. Yeah, and let me tell you, folks, 80 is just like eating my brain. Just like such a roundabout way of doing the thing. But it's the cost of abstraction in this case, the cost of splitting the format from the data, right? And I gets it. All right. Should we try deserializing? It would be pretty awesome if we do the deserialization here. We probably will want to do more than just the serialized variant, right? Okay. I think this is a great spot for us to just commit this stuff, right? And I'm pretty sure that this will work also if we did like nested stuff. So we're just gonna do one test here, right? Right, like that. I think. No, we won't. Because we have new type variant needs the context first. So That, you see what he did on the left? Sorry, here. You just do a nested variant, and he does that, and he just writes the nested variant, which is beautiful. But it's not what we want. And if we do a unit variant, right, then that takes no argument here. We can hide that for a second, and this should just be nested. Perfect. Oof, that's great. So we'll do a lot of tests, sort of composing random types in the future. We'll likely end up with a concise but powerful set of quick check tests where we'll put together a couple of types, right, that are rather generic, and then we'll sort of generate a value, right, over those types, and we'll sort of generate the serializer and deserializer as well, right? And then we'll just call serialize this thing and deserialize it for like JSON, right, or some format, and we should get the same thing we get out. So right now I'm mostly going one test case by one test case, but I don't really want to do this, right? This is great for things that I know are broken, right? Like, okay, we have a failing test case here, or like an edge case. Great, I'll do a unit test, fine. But if I can, for this sort of projects, using quick check, right, for property-based testing, it's just like, mwah, that's the thing. All right, we committed that. This actually seems to be working fine. Tomorrow, I'll wake up and we'll go straight into continuing this. We'll try to do the new type deserialization, right? And get that in place. But I think we're finding, right, the shape this will have. I like that we have this little format module that defines some like high level operations over the things we need to format, right? I think this API is actually kind of nice. It's still low level, but that's okay, right? This code will be generated anyways. But if you need to write a custom format serializer, then you want to be able to use this. And if it's usable like it is right now, then you will be able to. So yeah, let's do that. Let's have a look at who is right now on Twitch. I imagine there's quite a few people, but Spear is up, and we also have Mawixi, and we have Edu as well, and a couple of people that I don't know. Let's see what Spear is up to. If he's doing another sleeping stream, okay, no, he's awake. Hi. You sleeping soon? Yeah, Spiro and Ryan are collabing like crazy. Redeem a Kraken? Oh my god, that's awesome. I would love to redeem a Kraken. So they're building this amazing game that you can play across channels, right? And Twitch channels and servers. And it's all written in Zig, right? The front end. Okay, so he just said he's going to sleep, essentially. Or, whatever, let's just raid him. Raid, and we're going to go to speedodon.fl. What? The raid has been created. All right, folks. Have fun on Spear's stream. Go bombard with any kind of raid emoji or emote you have. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for today. Take care. Cheers.